Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. Hello, Nina. How are you doing? Hello, Black Beverage. Hey. So, yeah, today the plan is we're going to try and migrate to the .NET generic host. We're doing fine. Good to hear that. But yeah, we did some experiments and the investigation about this thing during the previous stream, and today hopefully we can migrate it. This is my test project. Yeah, basically we tried to implement the features that we're using with the default functionality from .NET. But yeah, oops, accidentally opened this in the same window. Let's restart this. Oh, I will have an update. Hello, Kurosawa. Yeah, that's better. Right, so the plan is we're going to ditch this old Builder Toolkit app and app runner and implement. Let's start with just the gateway server. And let's try to implement it basically from scratch on the gateway server. So, yeah, dependency injection, that's another thing that we need to consider. But yeah, basically all of this basically we need to replace all of this with the new implementation. I'm not going to try and make it generic yet. We can try to do it later. But for now, we're just going to comment that out, comment that out. Yeah, I also need to include this thing. Yeah, for now, we're gonna put it here. Version 9.03. Okay. So we have our builder, and let's just do this. By the way, does run return anything? No, it's void. Guess we can do it like that. Let's remove this. Okay. So yeah, that's our start. So we just created the application builder, we build it, we run it. Now we need to actually implement this thing. Let's close all of that. So first of all, I probably need to start with the basic configuration. Maybe we actually can move part of this into the Boulder core already. So this is just the configuration extensions. That's good. We need to implement this method. So maybe we can just maybe we can just copy this file into here. Change the namespace. And yeah, let's move this already to the core because I'm 100% sure it's going to be there. Okay. And probably we can already add this configuration here. So yeah, it's weird that it doesn't load, but basically what we need is we need Boulder core configuration. Right. Let's move this here. Okay. So yeah, we need this. So app ID, config directories. We can do it like that, but oh yeah, for now, let's do it like this. And here I already have some extensions, so this is gonna be get string, get CSV, string empty. Oh, I have the default value right here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's reorder the arguments a little bit. app name, environment, app ID, config directories. So I will extract it later in some common piece of code, but for now it's going to stay like that. So okay, we have our configuration, at least the basic version of it. So we move that. Yeah, for now, let's copy this piece of code just to show that the app is starting. Yeah, we would need something like that. So like the identifier of the app itself, app instance, or something like that. But for now, that's okay. Now we can actually go over our app file. And let's try to implement these bundles, these modules, in the proper way. So first we need Boulder core dependency injection. Let's see. Core dependency injection, core bundle. Yeah, this is going to take some time. So I need to convert all these modules to actual extension methods, I guess. So, how are we gonna do that? Okay. How are we gonna name all of this? Like previously it was modules, but now they're gonna be like extensions for the dependency injection. Core extensions, I guess. Wait, how do we do that again? A service collection, I guess. At Boulder core services. So now here, we need the feature flags. Why is this thing in its own folder, not in the dependency injection? I think it should be there. So this is going to be feature flag extensions. And where is the module? There. So this should be just very simple copy paste. Add Boulder feature flag services. What's wrong with this? Oh, I need to return the services. Hello, 𝙽𝙀𝚂. So, gonna be something like that. Let's register that in the program. Why don't I have the proper suggestions? Boulder core services. So this adds feature flags. What else? Core bundle, logger module. Not sure about that yet because there was a different configuration for analog. So I will just add a to-do analog. What else do I need? Monitoring module. Okay. So for the monitoring, where was it? Let me just copy that. Okay, app auth. Okay. What? Ah, So this is monitoring services. App manager. Like that. Network module. Okay. Where is the core? This is the core. Okay. Next one. Task manager. Now this actually needs to go away. But for now it's okay. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. So let's compare feature flags. Feature flags. Longer, we skip that. Monitoring, app auth manager, network, and task manager. Okay, so we have that. We have that. Yeah, the startup needs to be gone. This needs to be converted into a hosted service. But for now, it's okay. Right? Oh my god, this stupid thing. Right, next. Next we need crap. Well, we will skip that because that's the Ymirheim implementation. That's fine. We need the root bundle for the gateway server. Okay. How did they name it? Core extension. Okay, let's see. Class. What do we have in that root bundle? Session manager and network stuff. Okay. Yeah, let's do it like that. So this is going to be gateway server extensions. Hello, Sun Wukong. How are you doing? We can copy this. Wait, where was it? Root bundle, this one. So yeah, client session module. Client session manager module. We will create a new one, client session manager extensions. And we just need only this thing. Okay. Get the textures to work, by the way. Nice, nice. Good job. It's not perfect yet, but it'll do. So how does that work? Like when the AI generates your model, does it also generate the texture and the texture mapping? Or is it like a completely separate process? Okay, oh my god, yeah, this one's big, but should be easy. Nothing special here. put another model into the channel to show the texture applied in Discord. Okay, nice. I'll take a look. Boulder core configuration. What is this? No, not that. LPV network buffers, maybe? No. Let's just copy all of this. And then we'll figure out what's missing. Okay. I'm being pushy. Just left out an important word. What do you mean? Okay, client listener services. Where is it? Gateway server. Okay, client listener services. Login connection pool. Okay, here again we can just copy that. And copy all of this. Should be good enough. The way it looked was like, look at your Discord. Put another model into the Discord channel to show you the texture applied. Yeah, I'll take a look later. Thanks. Because yeah, that seems interesting. What is this? Okay. So. Login connection pool extension. Okay, next one. Zone connection manager. Actually, yeah, again, we need to just copy all the dependencies here, all the imports. And we can copy all of this. Okay. So let's see, root bundle, client session manager. Client session manager. Yeah. Client listener. Yeah. Login connection pool. Yeah. Zone connection manager. Okay. So we have our root bundle. So now here we can do add what? How was it called? Boulder. Wait. Yeah, this is incorrect. Add Boulder gateway server services. Again, why no suggestions? It's in the correct namespace, I guess. No, now we have it. Yeah, I guess it's just a little bit lagging behind. But okay. Let's get rid of that. So that should be all our dependency injection services configuration, whatever. Now, I need to take a look at the actual Boulder app to Ymirheim. Actually, maybe I should have started with Ymirheim. But it's okay. For now, it's going to be like that. So gateway server had these two bundles. We implemented those. Now we need the start app, which is going to be a bit different now. So network, libUI, worker poll start app. So Boulder core network libUI worker pool startup. This one. So this needs to be converted to iHosted service interface. It should be simple. At least I hope it's going to be simple. So this, let's create a new class service which extends from iHosted service. Okay. Let's take a look. What is the default implementation of the service? Return task completed task. Yes, so this needs to be converted to this. So let's start with the constructor. Actually, wait. Let's leverage new language features, I guess. This looks ugly. Can I do it like that? I guess like that. So now what do we do? Wait, where was it? So start services. Let's put it here. Wait, why doesn't this work? I'm slightly confused. Oh no. So this... So I must be misunderstanding how these parameters work. So how is this called again? C#. Nice documentation, Microsoft. Thank you. Everything is nicely aligned. So how is this new syntax called? I don't understand. Probably won't find it in the initializers, but... Wait, I have an idea. (9113) parameter. Primary constructor. Let's see, C# primary constructor. So C#12 introduces primary constructors, which provide a concise syntax to declare constructors whose parameters are available anywhere in the body of the type. Oh no, so it doesn't so this doesn't declare like a private property or anything. It's just basically a global variable, right? So primary constructor parameters are in scope throughout the class definition. It's important to view primary constructor parameters as parameters even though they are in scope throughout the class definition. 0 rules apply. Primary constructor parameters might not be stored if they aren't needed. aren't members of the class. For example, a primary constructor parameter named for, yeah, I don't like that. Can be assigned to, I don't like that. Don't become properties except in record types. Why is it like that? This is stupid. I assumed when I first saw this syntax, I assumed that this basically declares a private field in a class, but that's not the case. I really don't like this. Mutable state. Yeah, this is dependency injection. This is stupid. But okay, I guess if I need more strict approach, I would actually have to use the old syntax. Okay, then we're not gonna use this thing. We're actually gonna declare all of that. But that's okay. We'll have much more control over all of this. I like it. I don't like that it's like more code, but whatever. We've been doing like that for years, and I guess I will continue. Okay, an app stop, and we don't need that anymore. We can just put everything in this stop async method. This thing can be added right here. So let's analyze. We log. So for amount of workers, start the worker, register that in the pool, and we start the actual worker in itself. When all the tasks complete, guess. This now can be, can I just do, wait, tasks. I guess not. Well, whatever. What is this? Waiting for 2 seconds, I guess. Yeah, timeout for stopping a worker. Okay. So we have this service. Now we need to put that in the dependency injection. So where do I put it? Network module, network extensions. Start up this one. So now this is a service. What do you want? Ah, it was just lagging again. Okay, so we've added that. And that's the startup, but well, not the startup anymore. This is a service, but now I need to actually register that as the interface implementation, right? Oh, actually no. Add hosted service. This is how I need to do that. Add hosted service. Okay. Enumerable of a singleton. Okay. Okay. I'm just curious, can I start it already? I'm in gateway server. What's gonna happen? Actually, oh no, I did register the service. What is this? Okay, it does start. App ID default, environment protection, application name, Boulder Gateway Service, starting workers, Control C, host and environment protection, content treatment. Now when we exit that, stop in libuv workers. Okay, so looks good so far, and probably we don't even need to have a separate block here where we register the services, because we just need to register them in the dependency injection. Or what we can do is maybe we register this as just the worker pool service itself. Let's see, it shouldn't pick it up now during the startup. Yeah, it didn't pick it up. 1 second, let me fix the warnings. Now maybe we can do what's going on? Builder. So here we need to actually register this now. Enable to reserve service for type int32. Yeah, I guess it actually registers this thing. Well, yeah, then we, I guess, need to do this. Register add hosted service in here. But that's okay. That's actually okay. That means... No, wait. How do I guarantee the order of this stuff? Yeah, that may be a problem. Because previously, my dependency injection modules configured all these objects, startup services. And then I had a separate collection where I actually defined their order. But now I cannot do that separately. I cannot just put the service into the dependency injection container and then register it as hosted service. That can be a problem. Okay, let's skip this for now. And let's assume we configure everything through the dependency injection. It's just, yeah, we need to pay special attention to the order of the services registered. I don't like this. Maybe I need to register this as a singleton. No. Well, okay. I guess for now we're gonna stick to this method. We just put everything into the dependency injection registration. And we'll see how that works out. But yeah, that's a bummer. Not sure how to do that. Well, I could. Where is it? Wait, what? Network extensions, core network services. Oh, I guess that's in the core. No? Yeah? Core network services adds the hosted service. Huh. But yeah, my idea was that maybe we can extract this registration into a separate method and register it explicitly. But yeah, this is weird. This is really weird. But okay, let's continue for now and then we will see if that works out or not. So we did this. Now we need Zone Connection Manager startup. So now that's in the actual gateway server. So Zone Connection Manager. And again, order matters. First register zone, then login, then client. There is another way of doing this actually. We can register it like this. And then here we do this. We can probably register our own extension to this thing, but this should work theoretically. Yes, did work. So in the extensions, for the actual dependency injection, when we register this service as transient, it could be a singleton. No, let's make it transient. And then here we register the hosted service like this. This way we can fully control the order of the services. Okay, this will give us much more control. So now what we need is all of these startups. So this needs to be converted. Actually, let's just copy it. Oops. Copy the whole network directory. What? Did I accidentally select both the startup? No. What's going on? I guess I just copied the network directory. Yeah. I meant to copy this. And this is going to be service. I hosted service. Implement. Okay, so start services. Let's put, for now, all of this into here. And this is for the stopping. Okay, now we register it somewhere here instead of the startup. Singleton. Okay, then let's follow the same approach here. No, this one can be instantiated multiple times, right? No, it cannot. That was a mistake. This should be a singleton. Right. So now we need to register it. So let's see what happens if I start it. Have an exception. Unable to resolve service for type zone packet router. Why is this one? Oh, I copied the wrong thing. Ah. So the actual dependency injection thing is not correct. Let's skip the service. Yeah, I accidentally copied your wrong file. But okay. This should work now. Yeah, now we don't have the app in the default controller. So why do we need that? Why can't I navigate to it? Also, why don't I have a proper stack? I guess I'm starting the app in the in the production environment. No? Still production. What? How do I define the environment? Oh, I remember. There we go. Yeah, now it's development. And what? What's going on here? Some services are not able to be constructed. Yeah, unable to resolve type IApp. Okay. So yeah, this is more just descriptive, but please give me the link to the code. Okay, what was that again? Zone default controller. Yeah, this app. So why do we need it? Instance GUID. Okay. Yeah, we need that. So how do we do this? We need to do this somewhere here in the core. So let's create a class called builder app info. And this thing will be similar to this. We won't have any events. We can have a name. Where is it now? Are you kidding me? So name, we also agreed to call the kind app ID, and we also need the instance GUID. Right? Start time, up time. For now, we can skip that. Do we need something from the environment? Environment name, application name, content root path. Yeah, we can skip that. We only need this, and we probably need to copy some stuff from the empty app. So yeah, we need a constructor. Name, ID, new GUID. Or yeah, I could just do it like that. App identity. What's that? I don't remember. Why do I need this? I don't know. But yeah, also let's do the default ID, I guess. Okay, name kind, GUID, running uptime, start, stop. Yeah, I want this. And this is it. And also let's take a look at the generic app. Yeah, it has modules, startup services, container, I don't need that. Base service collection. Yeah, we don't need that now. Configure services. Start services. Build service provider. Yeah, okay, we don't need any of that. Okay, close this. And let's... So where are we gonna put it? Let's put it here for now. So this is going to be... We can put it in the services. At singleton. Now, new Boulder app info. This is going to be application name and app ID. Actually, I prefer it there. Okay, and now we can go to the default controller, Boulder app info. And now we have the instance. Good. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we have the same thing in the default login controller. app environment now is missing. App auth manager. Yeah, that thing needs the directory. Crap. Wait. Why do we have the startup here? Oh. Yeah, this also needs to be converted to a service. Even though it's not being used, it's still getting registered in the dependency injection container. So start, let's put this, oops, here. Where is the app? Ah, it was a parameter. So now here we need app environment. What is this? Environment name, path map, yeah. So now we wouldn't have this anymore. Instead, we need Boulder app info. Not kind, but this is now a ID. And yeah, the path map, now this. For now, this is just a simple single directory, right? So now we need to actually put it in the config files. And to do that, I would need to actually pass this as an argument. Like that. But now I need to manually configure this service. Crap, I have so much thing opened. So here, instead of this, wait, that's a startup. Yeah, this needs to be gone now. This should be service, but I need to manually configure it. So return new service, and I need to manually resolve the dependencies for it. So app path manager, Boulder app info, now that's the config directory. So this needs to be, oh my god. Let's take a look at this thing. Wait, why? Ah, yeah, I see. To initialize the app path manager, I need this, okay. Okay, I see. So the section is going to be app path manager, and then here get string key directory, and the default value keys. And I also need required service, a logger of this. What's wrong? Wait, what's wrong? Can I convert from method? Oh. Okay, so now this is actually in the configuration. And that's good. That's good. Okay, and now it started. So libuv workers, zone connection manager. And yeah, we don't have the stop method. So yeah, okay, that's good. That now works, I think. Now we need to go to the next one. Let's close all of this. So, where are we? So we did that. Now I have login connection pool. Where is it? Wait, that's core gateway server. Login connection pool startup. So we rename this to a service. And this I hosted service. Completed task. The same as for the stop for now at least. So we need to put all of this into here. For stop and we put that here. We can actually add a login line. Stop and login connection pool. Okay, do we need anything here? Registering controllers, that's good. Connection pool closed event, we close all the sessions. We open the actual connection pool and we create a meter. Okay, looks good. I can get rid of that. And now so this is login, right? Login connection pool extensions. So we registered the service. Connection pool itself. Okay, and we need to add this service here. And let's see, will that work? Yeah, I think. Yeah, starting login connection pool. Although it doesn't output anything in the console. That's concerning. It should start trying to connect to the login server. And I don't see anything in the logs. Where is the stopping of the zone connection manager? Wait. It didn't start. It didn't start. No, it did. Starting login connection pool. Application started. Development environment. Stepping login connection pool. Where is the stepping of the zone connection pool? Stepping zone connection manager. Stop async. Zone connection manager. Huh. So we have the starting message, we don't have the stopping message for some weird reason. And login connection pool doesn't actually start. Registering controllers. Oh, that's the oh. It's debug. Yeah. So it doesn't display the debug messages. Why? Yeah, I guess I need to configure logger properly. I don't want to use the default logger and don't want to configure it because I want to just add nlog. That should be good enough. But let's finish with the services first. So now we need the client listener. Client listener. There. So now this one is a service. Hosted service. Implement the methods. Completed task. And let's move all of this to here. App stopping that goes into here. We can add a debug line to here. Stopping client listener. Is that everything that I need? Start listener. Yeah, I guess this is it. So now I can get rid of that. Now I go back to the dependency injection, client listener, service. And we need to register it in here. So that should be it. So we have, well, app manager, we don't use that, app health manager. But technically, it could be like that. But for now, it's commented out. So then we have libuv worker pool, zone connection manager, login connection pool, client listener. So that should be everything for the gateway server. Let's see if it still starts. Doesn't. libuv worker pool is empty. Interesting. Client listener extensions. Why does it register? Interesting. So here we have a first problem. From what I can see, app host actually creates all the instances of each service before starting them. So it creates all the instances, and then it starts every single one of them one by one. And that's a problem. My previous implementation, the way it worked, it was actually creating an instance and running it. Then it goes to the second instance, it creates it, and then runs it. And that's a problem because this broker needs a worker thread. And the listener service needs the broker. And yeah, when we try to create a worker, we do have the worker pull service itself, but it hasn't started yet. Wait. Do we have it registered? Yeah. We do have it registered, but yeah. It's not enough. Can I configure this builder somehow that it starts the services or doesn't? Yeah, it can't. What is this? Oh, this is just the normal configuration. What is this? Configure container. Register container builder instance to be used to create a service provider. Factory object that can create the container builder. This can be used to configure services using, was that meant to be APIs specific to the container builder implementation? Let's take a look at the documentation. Configure container. This method is called by build. And so the delegate specified by configure will run after all other services have been registered. If you call this method multiple times, the previously stored factory and configure delegates are replaced. Why is this a thing? What does that do? Don't understand. So, creating the builder, create service provider. I feel like this is something that I can use to fix my problem, but I'm not sure. Configure container. Hmm. Do we have some kind of example, maybe? It just passes the services. So why is this a thing? I don't understand. Factory. Service provider factory. Creates container builder. Create service provider from the container builder. No, this is not it. This is basically, I think, just to create some kind of custom service provider, not the built-in .NET one. Okay. So, how are we gonna solve this problem? So this is the client listener service. It requires the broker. Start listening. Why does it need the broker to be in the container? Yeah, because we need the endpoints for the broker. Okay, sure. I could create something like broker factory. I can create a broker factory that will create brokers like that, and I can pass that factory to the service, then the service will create the broker when needed. Okay, let's do that. Because yeah, this is bad. I'm creating actual resources during the dependency injection container initialization. So let's where do I put it though? Also, it's a singleton. So let's put it here. Client broker factory. And this thing will just produce a client broker. Public create broker. So it needs this thing. It needs a worker. Worker pool. Okay, so for this factory, what do we need? We need the libuv worker pool. Then so we have that. We have the worker. We need a logger factory. Like the actual logger factory. Yeah, I guess so. But this can be simplified. So the factory can have the logger factory, but it's not needed for the actual broker itself. That one can have the actual specific logger for it. Like that. Why don't... Oh. Okay. And now we need the listener IP and listener port. Okay. Yeah, let's just add those as arguments. Okay, so I have the factory. Then we pass this factory. No, we need to register now this factory in here. So for the factory, we need the worker pool, not the worker itself. This can be gone now. We have listener IP, listener port, and the logger factory. Okay. And then the broker itself can be gone. Now we pass this broker factory into the listener service. Okay. Now here, now here we do... Wait, do I need this broker? Yeah, I do need this broker to be a property, but here, private, not read-only, it's gonna be just client broker. Let's name it client broker so we don't have any confusion. So this client broker equals this broker factory create broker. And then we use the thing that was created to start listening, to do all that stuff, and to stop listening. This can be null. Okay. So that's done. Is that everything? I think so. So again, the service now requires the broker factory, and on the start it creates a broker from the factory, it assigns it, and then we use on that. So now that should be fixed. Okay, what do we have here? Client listener module. Yeah, we still have our old code. Yeah, if I want to keep it for now, I have to now update it to the broker factory. And then also do the same for the startup. The same thing that they did right here. So broker factory. Then we assign that. We create a broker like this. Wait. Yeah, we request the worker from the worker pool. Do they do that? Yes, okay. So we need this field. And now instead of broker, we just use the client broker field. Okay. Will that work? Looks like it's working, but again, I don't have the debug logs. So that seems to be working. Now let's tackle the logs. Also, I want to check what's with this service. Will it work? Or does it need anything else? I think it's actually working. Okay, yeah, now we can take a look at the actual analog configuration. So that should be in here. Let's see. Let's try starting from scratch and actually, why is it so bright? And actually register analog as it was intended, because I did it in a different way. Where's the documentation? This tutorial is for 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 core. There's no... Oh, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 core 6. Okay. So I have analog. By the way, what's the version? I think I did update the version of analog. 540. So yeah, we have the analog config file, but now we need to point it correctly. Huh. Okay, builder host, use analog. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gonna work. We don't have the host thing. Wait, not here, not here. Let's close all of that. Here. I think it's easier if I just take a look at the source code. Yeah, this is not it. So what do I need? I need service collection. Well, just in case. Oh, yeah, we don't have services. We don't have the host. So how do we do this? Builder host use analog. Like, how do I do this in a proper, just a plain dependency injection container? I guess in the same way that I did before, but I was hoping that I would have something good. So yeah, I was manually creating logger factory and I logger method group, or not method group, but type group. But yeah, I guess I would need to do that, except I have no idea how to configure the shutdown method in our new implementation. Also, I need to configure the variables, yeah. Logger context output directory. Yeah. I guess I would have to configure it manually. There's nothing here that they can use. Yeah, this is useless. Let's see. Can we search for some stuff here? Right. No issues, no code for create application builder. Okay, what do we have here in return? Host application builder. Nothing. Okay, so it doesn't integrate with that directly. So I guess I would have to create my own implementation of this. Basically the same, is just I have to figure out the stopped event. We can take a look at that. But okay, to do that, why is this unsaved? Okay. So logger module, this is gonna be called now. No, it's going to be in the dependency injection. Wait, not logger configuration, but logger extensions. Okay, now I need to replicate this thing. Right, and this is now static. Wait. What configuration is that? Okay, I guess. Default configuration. Okay, so here, container, yeah, we need the config, the path to the config file. And that again can be located in multiple directories. Okay, what else? We need the app info. How does this work? Oh, yeah, I remember now. So in my implementation, the dependency injection module can have its own dependencies. But yeah, this is cool, but not technically needed in my case. All I need here is to get the configuration. And here, we need to configure the path to the logger config file. Do we need a section here? No, we don't. There's going to be the root section. So here, I'm not going to use the path map. It's going to be config get CSV. Analog config file. And by default, this is going to be conf default analog.conf.xml, or what was it? Analog.config. Oh, we also have the .dev thing. Wait. I need to take a look at the app. Yeah. So logger config file, it was expanded through both the config dir, which could be expanded to local in default, and two files. And it was loaded in the first one. Yeah. So how do we do this? We need the environment name. Wait. I host environment. We can actually put the environment name into the app info, so we don't have to tie to a specific host environment type. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. We're still gonna tie to that. So, environment name. And we also need app info. Boulder app info. I need to rename that. Instance GUID, yeah. Environment name and output directory. So we need that as well. Huh. How are we gonna do that? Like, this was pretty cool that I could specify the logger config file, which could be multiple entries, and it picks the first one. And within that, I could also expand the config dir into 2 separate. So basically, these are 4 files, not 2. And it finds the first one that it can find. It picks the first one that it can find. But here, I feel like I would have to hard code either all 4 of those, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. 4 files. So first we do local, default. We have an extra. Local, default. Also, this should be .env name .config, and the same here. So that's the default value. We iterate over all of that. And log config file exists. We do that. Also, we need logger output directory. That should be, yeah, first. Again, that's just a single entry. But still, it's something that we need to define. Get string. Analog output directory. Like that. Oops. We have a conflict, so this is gonna be analog config. I want to make it a little bit more pretty. Like, I wanted to span multiple lines. Okay. This is stupid. Yeah, what's the default value for the output here? Log. Oh, not CSV, but string. Okay. Okay. So first it's gonna look at the local and log.environment name, local and log, then default and log environment name, default and log. Okay. Should be good. Yeah, we need to figure out this thing. So for this thing, actually I can make it a little bit nicer. So this logger factory can actually be a proper class. Analog logger factory. Does it need to implement any kind of interface? I have no idea. iLogger factory. Yes. Wait, what? We already have this thing. Right. Hmm. Oh, actually, this should be pretty easy. We can just extend the analog login factory. Wait, is this to Microsoft? Yeah, this is Microsoft login factory, but okay. We extend this. But we also need to create a constructor. So we have the factory, which is basically just this now. We can cut all of that and put it in here. This add provider. And this. Yeah, this goes to the actual parameters of the constructor. There we go. So that's the logger factory. Yeah, we don't need that thing. And here, instead of create logger factory, we do this. You're like this. Okay, now to this thing. The shutdown. So yeah, it should be part of this logger factory, but I need to somehow subscribe to the actual application exit. Excuse me. Where was this thing? Yeah, shutdown. We need notify stopped application lifetime, I guess. I need to subscribe. Stop application. Stop it, I think. I need to somehow subscribe, I guess, to this application lifetime. Huh? Application stopping. My application lifetime. Can we so once we configured everything, right? Application stopped. It's read only. Cancellation token. It's a cancellation token. Register. callback. Will that work? But wait, I didn't yet register this thing. Folder logger services to core extensions. And actually, it should be the first thing, then feature flags. And let's try to start it and see what happens. Probably it's going to crash or something. Application lifetime is obsolete. Use iHost application lifetime. Okay, maybe we will do that. We don't have anything in the log. That's not good. And we don't have anything in control C. Okay, let's replace this thing in here. So what's wrong? Why don't they say anything? Okay, we have an exception. A lot of them. What's going on? I think we have a recursion of some sort. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? Some servers are not able to be constructed. Error while validating the descriptor service time. iHost application lifetime. Singleton. A circular dependency was detected for the server's type iHost application lifetime. Interesting. How can I detect that my application is stopping without like anything else? Why can't I? Oh my god. Why can't I open this definition? Weird. Let's take a look at the source code, I guess. Manually. Oh wait, it's right here. So host application builder. Where is the actual implementation? I guess maybe it's internal, yeah. There's the host. Host stopped. Application lifetime, stop application, stopped async, stopped async, notify stopped. So why the hell do we have this recursive circular dependency? I host application lifetime. Oh, it needs a logger. Ah, I see. So this thing needs a logger, but I'm creating the logger right now. Interesting. How do we fix this? Host lifetime stop async. Yeah, this is weird and I'm not sure how we can do that. Basically what I need is I need this piece of code to be executed when the host application is stopped. After everything basically is stopped, but before the application exits. So that's the host that was built, right? Wait, can I subscribe maybe to the console lifetime? No, I need the actual application lifetime. But that didn't work. Okay, whatever. For now, let's skip this. Let's skip this. And see, we need to make the analog working. That's the main thing. What? File not found. Analog configuration file not found. Huh, that's interesting. Why? Oh, I know, because I'm running this inside this folder, and I need to make the working directory the solution folder. So probably I can just do the run, but no, analog configuration file not found. Okay, let's output where we're looking for that thing. Come on. Or I could probably update the launch settings. That's probably the better idea. Oh. Ah. Yeah. I needed to use a comma, not semicolon. Let's see. Yeah, this is taking a lot of time. I need to try and make the .NET run work natively. Okay, that's our analog, I guess. And I did find the production default analog config. So to fix that, we can copy this and make it development. And this, was that env? No, it was environment, I guess. Development. Didn't find it. Oh, that's an Ymirheim server, I see. Well, actually, we can do it right here. Oh, I actually did it right here. That was a wrong folder. I was supposed to do this. Come on. I need the colored console. Perfect. Okay, now we have our logs. And yeah, now I can see that it tries to connect to the login server. Right. So now, hosting stopped, but what we need now to actually make it work, we need this thing to work. How? So to get the host application lifetime, I need to already have the logger factory, because yeah, it outputs the logger. That's bad. I have no idea how to do that. I could theoretically register another service. But again, I need to make sure that that service gets executed last. I don't think I can trust the normal execution. I need to actually... Can I subscribe to the console lifetime? Host lifetime. Let's try to subscribe to the console lifetime. Hopefully it doesn't do anything. But okay. Yeah, the problem is that's the internal class. But okay, application lifetime, that's the console lifetime. What do we have here? No, we don't have anything here. Yeah, this thing doesn't know anything about the lifetime, the console lifetime. So yeah, the console lifetime is responsible for initiating the stop. But I need to somehow detect when it's finished doing that. So it finished stopping. Register shutdown handlers. Oh no. It's native. Ah, oh, this is the console lifetime, right? I was thinking that I'm looking at the host itself. Shutdown timeout. Yeah, now I can see that, yeah, it does reverse the services. That's good. What is this hosted lifetime services? Life cycle services. I hosted life cycle service. For each hosted service, hosted life cycle service. What is that? Start and started, stop and stopped. Huh. Nice. So it actually has some advanced stuff. But okay. So yeah, I guess I can create a service that will implement this hosted, how is it called? Hosted lifecycle service, which is like more advanced version of the hosted service. Start and started, stop and stopped. Okay, that's one possible solution. That's good. Stop and async. Stop application. Then stop async on the services. Stopped async on the services. Okay, probably that's the idea. But yeah, I would really like to actually subscribe to application lifetime. But for some reason it thinks that that's the cycled dependency. Wait, host lifetime. Stop async. What is this host lifetime? Can I subscribe to that? No, this is not useful. But okay, host lifetime. Stopped. How can we resolve this stupid cycle dependency? I don't think we can. Like, my idea would be to I, Yeah, we can't, because there is a default logger factory already in the system, but we need to replace it with our own, and when we do replace it, it just takes the infinite like cycle dependency. Yeah. Okay, what if not logger factory, but here we call add provider? Can we register a login provider somehow? Also, this is another option, but auto shutdown is by default false, right? Can we just configure it to true and hope that it works? Because yeah, I don't really want to do anything special with this application lifetime. But I would need to enable tracing, right? To see if it actually works. Yeah, this thing. Well, it looks like it's stopping, but I cannot know for sure. So let's try to enable tracing for analog and see if that shows us anything. Yeah. So let's see. Hosting stopped. Trace continuation and invoked. Parallel task completed. File target. Flash sync. App domain shutting down. Nice. So yeah, it does work. It does work. Stop watching file filter. It actually does everything. Everything. Yeah. So I think we're good. Like there would be a better way. A better way of doing that would be to actually subscribe to the host lifetime and shut down when that shuts down, but I can't because it's a cycle dependency. So I guess this is the only way, which is basically subscribing to app domain, which is fine. It's not subscribing to the host itself, but this is also good, I guess. And that would be another way of doing that. So I could manually subscribe to the app domain, and that would also work, I guess. Okay. Yeah, we still need to rename the app ID, but that actually is difficult because this is not only in the config file, but it also gets forwarded to what's his name? The log aggregator. Okay, let's double check. What do we do here? We find the log file. You can override it. Now that's good. That's perfect. You can override the analog output dir. That's also really good. Previously, I couldn't do that. I would have to like change the app file, but now we don't need it. Okay. And it looks like it's actually working now. There is one more thing that I wanted to check. What would happen if I run it in the actual console terminal? It should replace the title with the actual description of the service, right? No, it doesn't. Huh. Yeah, it was doing that in my hosting, but yeah, now it doesn't work. I need to remove this console trace. Come on, why is this so slow? Also, there is a warning. Program line 11. Oh, weird. Also, why is this still output in the trace for analog? Where is the config for... Oh. Okay. One thing that I don't like is the default environment is development. Can we change it? The default environment is production, and I have to manually change it to development. Okay, application is shutting down, has to stopping. Has to stopped. Okay, well, this is working. It's just, yeah, one downside is now we don't have the console title. Maybe it's possible to configure it. Let's take a look. Where is this thing? Console lifetime options. Suppress status messages. Shutdown timeout, startup timeout. Services start concurrence. The default is false. Okay. Stop concurrency also false. Exception behavior. Stop host. Yeah, I didn't test this. So if an exception occurs during the startup procedure, so let's say here in the login connection pool, if I would do throw new exception test, what would happen then? Okay, so yeah, it follows the startup procedure. Start a login connection pool, exception test. Well, it doesn't stop the services properly. It just crashes. It's an unhandled exception. Hasn't failed to start. But this is handled by analog. It looks like it's handled correctly, right? But yeah, it doesn't stop the services that it already started. Should it? Stop host or ignore. Stop the host instance. We'll log the error, but otherwise ignore it. So let's take a look here. This is the builder. I need the host itself. What? Here. So during the startup, if we have an error, here, start async. Abort on the first exception. Yeah, this looks weird. So it doesn't run the actual stopping of the services, but maybe that's okay. Because yeah, they failed to start properly. Can just crash the application, I guess. But does it actually finalize the analog? Doesn't look like it. It did log the message. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's just an unhandled exception. Can we configure analog to handle unhandled exception? And they don't have anything in the wiki. Yeah, I don't remember how I did that. But yeah, I definitely did handle the exceptions thrown on the application startup. So if we take a look at Boulder Toolkit, App Runner, maybe even app itself, empty app, start, generic app. Start services. Okay, so this doesn't matter, so it should be inside the app host, I believe. So run. Start. So if this throws an exception, then we stop. We just stop. Huh. Okay, weird. I remember I did something for the unhandled exceptions. But yeah, weird. I mean, I could always wrap this run around. Hmm. Okay, I wanted to take a look at the console lifetime, this one. Is there any way to set the title? No, doesn't look like it. I can technically just do that manually. How did I do it? Yeah, here, console title. Do they do that anywhere? No. Yeah, that definitely don't need to do that. It was just a nice addition, I guess. App XML file, app kind, path map, environment name, runner module. I could do that just manually right here. And that would be it. But also, yeah, I have an error still somewhere here. Now I have the title. Yeah, it doesn't execute this log factory has been closed. So I guess I need to somehow handle the unhandled exceptions or something. It does flash because, yeah, I configured that in the way that when there is an exception, an error appearing in the log, it always flashes the log file. But yeah, that's not enough. I need to actually correctly shut down analog. And I have no idea how to do that properly. So one way would be to catch any exceptions here, right? And output them in the console, maybe. So if I put this thing right here, catch exceptions. So console right line. But I would like to actually log a critical exception. It was working, I think, with the previous implementation somehow. Not sure how though. Why is this? Yeah, this is in the incorrect namespace. It should be here. Do I have some kind of unhandled exception here? Throw config exceptions. That's just the configuration. I don't know. I mean, we could manually subscribe to unhandled exceptions in the app domain. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Okay, if we do this, and then we return 1, indicating an error, would that force the analog to properly exit? What? Okay. This is bad. It continues running the application. It just outputs the exception in the log, and that's it. Hasn't failed to start. So what does it do? Starting login connection pool. So we have this test exception in the login connection pool. Then it should start client. But it doesn't because, yeah, we have an exception. But it continues to run the previous services. It doesn't stop them. What did my previous implementation do? When there's an exception, let's say here on start, it stops. And it stops all running applications, which doesn't actually include... Wait, why did it... Why didn't this thing stop? I did return 1. So it should exit the main method. Right? It's not a closure. Yeah, it's a main method. So it should exit the application. But I guess some threads are still running. So it doesn't. Okay, this stop wouldn't run actually. For each try, finally. Okay. So it will stop any successfully started applications, and then it will just exit into the run. And this will actually produce an unhandled exception. So yeah, it's basically the same thing that I had. But yeah, looks like I didn't handle unhandled exceptions. It was basically the same as just doing run right here. And I think that's correct. I think we should do it the same way. Like, it still flashes the target, so it should be good enough, I guess. And yeah, if I want to log unhandled exceptions, I could just implement it as an app domain thing. Wait, how do I create a logger here? I can't. How did I shut it down manually? Oh, it was not here, it was... Oh, it's right here. Let's try this. I mean, I know that it will sometimes fail, like if you have like Stack Overflow or memory, out of memory exception, it will probably never run, but for like actual application errors that were unhandled, I would actually like to have that. And it didn't do anything. No, actually it did. That's the fatal handled exception args. Exception object. Oh my god, formatting please. Yeah, there we go. That's our critical fatal exception. I guess that's it. And yeah, let's double check if it actually stops the logger, shuts down the logger properly. Yeah. Yeah, it does work. So, okay, that's good. That's our unhandled exceptions. That's perfect. Maybe I can create this at the top. What's the class of it? A logger. because it will have more chances to actually log something if we create the logger ahead of time, I guess. I hope. Even if it's out of memory exception. Also, what the hell is going on with that run command? So what do we do here? Net build, no restore, no logo. Use Blazor build server. I mean, I probably don't need this. It's really slow. Oh, I remember why I need this. Because previously with my app implementation, I actually had to build the project. So the actual assemblies, including the app runner and the library itself, library of the project itself, actually like find themselves. But now I believe I don't need that. I just need to change the working directory, which I can do in the launch settings. It should be working, but it doesn't. Okay, what was I testing again? I don't know. Oh, I was testing, yeah, the unhandled exception to be logged. Yeah, that's good. That's working. Let's disable the tracing. So this is not working for some reason. Let's see. Analog configuration file not found. Yeah, looks like it's not using launch settings JSON. Oh no, it actually does use that. But why is the working directory not working? Let's get rid of that. .NET run. I want to see what's the working directory. Actually, no, I cannot see it yet. So let's output the working directory somewhere. Content root path, I guess. Okay, so that's the current directory. That's fine. But I need it to be 2 levels above. So yeah, it's working directory. and it didn't change. Why? Like, it uses the development, but why doesn't it use the working directory? Yeah, definitely lost this profile, but working directory is not being respected. Interesting. Does it need Windows backslashes? No. Like, it also could be that the content root path is not set correctly. So if we do path current, what's, I think it's directory get current directory. Also, I can get rid of this exception now. It's working. No, those are the same. So why launch settings doesn't respect working directory? Let's Google that. Bin debug by default. Can I use some variables in there? Like, so if it's running from bin debug, then I need 2 more folders up, right? Let's see if that works. No, it doesn't. Working directory. Why doesn't it work? Nice, it's an open issue from 4 years ago. Yeah, basically I have the same thing and it doesn't make any sense. So I can do that in the project file, but why doesn't this work? And no information on the issue. What's this? So yeah, .NET Run doesn't respect working directory. That's bizarre. This is a pull request, actually. What? This is annoying. But yeah, looks like working directory basically doesn't matter for .NET Run, which is interesting. Can I specify working directory in here? Configuration framework, runtime project, launch profile. No, I can't. Well, okay, I guess as a workaround, we can do this. For me, technically it will be enough, but yeah, this is really stupid. And now it works. So is that good enough? Why did they need this .NET build? Target framework, no restore, no logo. Quite verbosity. Some properties that I have no idea why they are there. Not reuse. I remember that thing, but I think this is fixed now. It should be. .NET Run, now build, project path, framework, target framework. It could be because I supported multiple target frameworks, but now I don't. Control-C fix. Yeah, this is not needed. If I just do the direct .NET Run. So let's see what happens if we run the project without all of that. The old Linux command actually just uses .NET Run. So yeah, let's try doing that without the run scripts, just with .NET Run. Okay, but at least the environment variables actually working. Maybe in the future working directory will also be supported. So are we done here? I think we are. It actually works. It works quite nicely. I need to extract this piece of code, and I guess this piece of code, into a separate, I don't know what, a wrapper class, I guess, my own builder. Actually, I would like to move this thing before the actual run. So maybe I can create my own builder that extends of the create application builder and creates my own implementation of the host that on the run also does this. Yeah, that works. And I'm actually scared to try this this approach on the zone server. But yeah, I guess we can try to do that. And yeah, I want to try this thing. So if I do .NET run analog output directory equals log2, for example. Oops. Oops. Log2. Let's see, does it create a log2 folder? Yeah, it does. So yeah, now I can easily configure the analog stuff. Basically everything can be configured now from the command line and from the environment variables, which is awesome. I previously couldn't do that. But now I can, which is nice. Ooh. Okay. But I think it's enough for now. I'm gonna call it a day. We will continue with that next time. Maybe we can extract all of this in a proper wrapper class. We'll see. Hopefully the host class is not sealed, and we can actually make our own instance that will do this in addition to run. But yeah, this should be enough for today. Let's find somebody to raid. Do we have somebody with .NET? I have no idea. Well, actually, yeah, we do. Let's raid a new person. Maybe. Yeah, let's raid this person. All right. So yeah, this is it for today. We actually managed to run the gateway server on .NET generic host. And yeah, we need to make it a little bit nicer, like extract some common code into some wrapper classes. And I like that we can actually define the order of the services properly in one place without them being scattered across the dependency injection configs. Because yeah, it would be a pain to debug the order of the services. Like here we register it. But yeah, this looks good. This looks actually good. I'm not sure if this is everything that we need. Probably when I start working on Zone server, we will stumble upon some problems, but that's, I guess, for the next time. So tomorrow is Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Friday, so I will be streaming a gameplay. We will play Conqueror's Bad Fur Day, and I will probably be back on Monday with the game dev. So yeah, let's rate this person and see you next time. Bye-bye.